everyone. So today we're gonna be going through. We finished our buff and debuff system in the last stream. So let me just show you what we have, and then I'll show you what I'm gonna be working on today. So we already have a buff and debuff system. So the system was attached to the knife. So let me just get the knife on our character, and then I can show you how it works. So now the knife, we've edited it in the last stream so that it freezes the enemy like that. See that? So you can apply different debuffs to enemies based on what weapons you add to your what buff you add to your weapons. So we've added freezing buff to the knife, and that's why the bats are frozen, and they are only frozen for the amount of time that the debuff lasts for. So, you know, it's a pretty cool thing. So now the next thing that I'm gonna do is to create a couple of weapons that implements this. So the knife doesn't naturally implement this, right? So it's not a good idea to do that for the knife. So I was midway through creating a projectile so we're gonna create a clock lancet weapon, and I was midway through creating a effect for it. So I started this because, you know, the clock lancet looks pretty ordinary in Vampire Survivors, right? So you know, I thought we would create a new effect for it as well. So I was split between creating a particle for it or creating a trail, and then the trail of course moves around, and then this will tell you where the weapon is hitting. So I'm just playing around with the trail a little bit and figuring out how it should be coded. Okay, not really how it should be coded, but how the effect should look. So the coding is pretty straightforward because we already have a weapon system. This is just a projectile. The question is how to make the projectile look good, right? I think that's the bigger question here. So it's gonna fire off like that. Perhaps we should make the weapon first, then we can improve upon the projectile afterwards. So let's do that. So I'm just gonna call this clock lancet B. Okay, and then we're gonna prefab this. Because to prefab this, it's always best to just set everything to 0. And let's go over to prefabs and then projectiles and just prefab this. So we have the clock lancet beam, and it's working fantastic. So then for the clock lancet weapon, we actually don't need any new scripts because we just need to have a projectile weapon. We can write a script for it later because we can just have a very basic setup for it first using the projectile weapon script. So let's head into the weapons folder and let's create a new weapon. I think we can just copy and paste, right, one of the weapons. Can we do that? Because it's quite similar to Fire 1 in the sense that it auto aims, right? So I'm just gonna copy the Fire 1 asset and paste it. And then of course we have to assign a new sprite and some new leveling information and all that stuff to it. But so clock lancet. And no evolution at the moment. That's it. Let's look at this clock lancet, and let's just copy the description. Chance to freeze enemies in time. So it has 7 levels, the max level is plus 4 seconds. Let's work this out. Chance to freeze enemies in time. Projectile prefab will be the Clock Lancer projectile. Oh, the reason this is not working is because I have to add the projectile script to it as well, and then this is damage source. It's projectile, auto aim, no rotation speed. So weapon buff chance, what is this? This is the chance of applying the buff. So the Clock Lancer has a chance of applying the buff, right? So we've got to find out what the percentage is. Is it 1? It will freeze any enemy it hits. So I think the probability of this landing is 1. Not wrong. And sorry, just give me a moment. You address a client. Hi. Hello there. Who is this? It just needs to pierce. Yes. So the weapon applies the buff 100% of the time, and the piercing, we can just set the piercing to a high value, say 99 or something. Well, just a random thought, but I don't like the. I would just call it buff chance. I wouldn't call it weapon buff chance, but that's. We'll change the name here later. And so for the piercing part of things, we can just make a projectile weapon for the Clock Lancer. Set the piercing to a high number, say 99, or whatever value you want. Alright, so that it goes through everything. And max instances, we can just leave it as it is. Lifespan, how long does it last? It shouldn't have to last very long, right? Because it's a beam. Because it's gonna travel very fast. It's just a projectile that travels at very high speed. So the lifespan can be like 0.5. I don't think there's any problem with that. No damage. No damage variance as well. Area is just 1. Speed. Speed can be very high. Let's set speed to say 100. And we'll tweak the speed again later. According to speed here says 1, but can't be 1 because it's very fast. The speed on the wiki says 1, what I'm referring to. Yeah, so amount is 1 because there's only 1 projectile. Where is the amount? Number, okay, number is 1, knockback is 0 because it just freezes, right? Projectile interval is how, if you have a duplicator, do you have multiple beams coming out? I think it's gonna get us having multiple beams, you know. Okay, so if we have the duplicator, I think we're gonna get multiple beams, but we'll deal with that later. Let's set this to 0, and then we will see how this works out later on. And we have piercing, max instances, speed is very high, and we have to add a buff to it. So the buff is just freeze, right? So we've created a freeze buff, and then just assign the freeze buff. Because the freeze buff is only a single level, so you don't have to. The variant is 0. Probability of applying the buff is 1. So it's always going to land. Why do we have 2 instances of probability then? Isn't that weird? Let's check this out. Because we already have 1 probability here, then we shouldn't have another probability in the projectile, right? That's where perhaps we have a slight discrepancy. We've got to rethink the system a little bit. So I've got to check my code then to see how the debuff is applied. Whether it's better to put it on the projectile or whether it's better to put it on the buff itself. Okay, so let's have a look at the projectile code. And let's look at how the weapon effect and so one thing I like to do is I like to, because it's been a week, right, since I touched the code. So let me just recap how I coded this. So weapon buff chance in projectile. And then we also have the probability attribute in the buff, right? Here we have probability. So when we try and apply a buff, the buff has a probability of applying itself as well. It might not be a bad thing to have two places where we can control things. So the weapon, when you apply a buff, the buff has a probability of not applying itself, which is totally fine. But then do we need it for the weapon? Because maybe we don't need to put it in the projectile script. In this case. Yeah, you know what? This is probably a mistake. We don't have to put this in. It's not used. Weapon buff chance, not used. For the weapons to apply buffs, blah blah blah. Yep, percentage of hits that apply the weapons assign buff. For that, we can just change that in the buff. So we don't have to. Okay, yeah, let's remove this. The weapon buff chance doesn't need to be there. I guess it's a good thing that I'm looking at the code over the course of a couple of weeks, because this allows me to fix bugs that I otherwise wouldn't have found if I would rush this part out. Of course, I would still be very happy to push out new parts faster, but you know, whenever you code something new, there's bound to be bugs, and having a longer runway allows me more time to test. So we have the clock lancet now. Let's assign a icon to it. I like how it's easy. I like how easy it is to create weapons now. It's pretty awesome. So the freeze is gonna have a probability of 1 to apply, and then we will just, because we have debuff resistance and freeze resistances, right? So this allows us allows our enemies to resist the freeze or the debuff type of debuff. Pun not intended. So when we have apply buff over here, it's overridden by the enemy. This is weapon. So it's overridden by the enemy because we need to check for the freeze and debuff stats. So if I set the freeze resistance of an enemy to 1, for example, then it will never get frozen by the clock lancet. So now we have the clock lancet. Let's set all the levels for it first. And then we can just test out the weapon and see whether it freezes. It should freeze. If I don't forget one thing, which is the collider for the projectile. So let me just assign the projectile to it, and let me also assign a collider to it. So the collider is just gonna be a circle. I think that works. Let's just have a circle collider for it. And the circle collider is gonna look like this, and perhaps it should be a little bit smaller. So the radius should be, say, 0.3, because the clock lancet beam is actually a pretty small beam. It's not a big beam. Right, so we have a small beam like that goes one direction. So now that we have the clock lancer, let's go back to the scriptable object and weapon clock lancer, and let's find our projectile. Projectile is there, no heat effect, just freezes. No proc effect as well. Spawn variance, we can leave it at 0, it's fine. And now we just have to fill in the rest of the levels. So effect lasts 1 second longer. So for this one, effect lasts 1 second longer. So level 2, 0, 0. Everything is 0, but the effect is a little longer, right? So the effect is duration, which funnily enough, it's not inside here. It's not inside here because, oh, that's because it's inside the buff. So we have to go to the buff, and the duration of the effect. How long is the effect? Two seconds. So we have to set the buff to be 2 seconds. So the good thing about having a buff with different variations is that we can set different variations for it. So for example, I can have a clock lancer variation level 1 for freeze, and this will be 2 seconds. The tick interval doesn't really matter what it is. So once I do that, I can just duplicate it a couple more times, and this will be clock lancer level 2. And this will be variation 0, variation 1, etc, etc. So then this will be duration of 3. And then we have clock lancer level 3. Let's check out the stats as well and make sure that it's all correct. And if we want to make it so that it applies to players as well, we can also set the player modifier over here. But if we do that, we will have to make sure that everything is set properly. So armor is 1, move speed is everything should be 1. And the only thing that zeroes out is the damage, which is the might. Might should be 0. And then we also have move speed being 0, right? Move speed is here. So freeze just disables your attack, and your might becomes 0. Everything else remains. Enemy modifiers, again, it's like this. And you can copy the values here and paste it here. So here, what I'm doing here is, if you want the buff to be applicable to players as well, then you will have to also fill up the player modifier. And here, because the modifier type is multiplicative, so then everything is either 0 or 1. Right, so if the effect is additive, then it's a little different. Multiplicative means it just multiplies the effect. So then we just want to 0 out 2 things for freeze. And let's do level 4 as well. Again, it's multiplicative. Duration increases 1 second. And finally, we have level 5. Maybe I should just call this clock lancer to 5. This lasts for 5 seconds. And then we have 4, we have 3, we have 2, we have 1. 4, 3, 2, so we have 5 freeze variations for the different levels of the clock lancer. So then if we go back to our clock lancer weapon, we will have to apply different buffs. So this will be variation 0. This is the first level. Variation 1 is the second level. So again, I can just copy and paste this. and change this to variation 1. And then level 3, cooldown reduced by 0.5 seconds. So this will be the same buff data. I don't have to do anything here. This will be the same. Let me just double check. Under weapon stats, right? And then we have applied buffs. So if we leave the buffs empty, then this just means that we're using the same buff as before. So level 3 will be just reduction of cooldown by 0.5. So this will be cooldown reduced by 0.5 seconds. Cooldown reduced by 0.5 seconds. Zero this out. Minus 0.5. And level 4 will be increased of the duration again. In which case we'll have to add a different buff. So this buff will be right here. Just copy this element and paste it here. And now I'll get a freeze buff. This is variation 2. And we also have variant 3 version of it, because level 5 gives you 1 more second of effect, right? Level 5 effect lasts 1 second longer. Again, 1 more item here, and then I'll do a paste. So copy, paste. And this will be variant 3. And level 6 is reduction of cooldown. Level 7 is 1 more extra level. So level 8 is not there. We just remove level 8. So this is just 7 levels, right? So we have a freeze. Level 6 is reduction of cooldown. Cooldown reduced by 0.5 seconds. And no change to the buff supply. Just reduce the cooldown minus 0.5. And level 7 will be... Level 7 is the same as level 5 actually. So let me just copy and paste and then change this level 7. And this will be 0, 0. Cooldown will be minus 0.5. And then we have another buff here, right? This is the 4th item. So this has set up our clock lancer. Let's assign an icon to this, and then we can try playing around with this effect. So the clock lancer, let's find an appropriate icon for it. And perhaps I will just use... Let me see. What can I use? It's blue in color, right? So because it freezes. We've used the X. What else have we done? We can just put a blade over here. Yeah, let's just use a blade for the icon. And finally, don't forget to go to player and then add this to the available weapons. This will be clock lancet. And now we have a chance to get the weapon. Let's try this out. And let's see how it works. No code needed, right? It's pretty cool. Just can fire this off like this. Now we just have to wait for the clock lancet to spawn as one of our weapons. I'm not getting a clock lancet, funnily enough. keep getting the whip. Or the axe. Or the garlic. I keep getting the same 3 weapons. Or the knife. It's getting a little too much. Knife again. I'm getting everything except the clock lancer. Let's just remove all these other weapons. Crazy. And I'm still getting the X. What is the issue here? The issue here is this is projectile weapon, this is fine. Why am I getting the X? Am I missing something? So available weapons only shows you the weapons that shows up when you level up, right? It's probably the case. Let's just reassign the weapons back. So I think our code, if I remember correctly, it just randomly picks a weapon. Or am I missing something? What am I missing that? And it's still randomizing the weapons. This is so strange. Let me just check the play inventory script, see what's going on. Add. I forgot the part where we picked our weapon. I forgot how the weapon is picked. Let me just look through my code again. How do we pick our weapons? Can't remember that. This doesn't make any sense that the clock lancer is not shown. Oh, the reason that we don't get the clock lancer is because we don't have any character with clock lancer. The reason for that, so it's not getting all the random weapons, it's getting all the characters that are here. So because we only have 5 characters, it's randomly turning our character into one of these characters, which is why we only get 5 possible weapons. So that is why, so I've got to level up to get the clock lancer then. Let's just do that. Just play the game for a while and get clock answered. G2. Lightning ring. I'm just not getting the clock lancet weapon. It's annoying, but can't help it. Ah, there we go, clock lancet. Let's see how this works. If it even works at all. So it's not working. Gosh. Projectile weapon. Let's look at the cooldown. Weapon is not firing. Cooldown is really negative. What's going on in the weapon? Chance to freeze enemies in time. Yada. Maybe because the interval is too small, is that why? Let's look at the console and see if we have any errors. No errors here as well. Let's try this again. So the clock lancer is not firing. This is annoying. What is causing it to not fire? Max level here should be 7. But shouldn't matter, right? What the max level is. I guess we have to debug the code then. And the experience bar is not working as well, I just realized that. It's always full. Experience bar. Hi Naruto. What do you mean you like animation? You mean you like the way the character animates? What's going on with the experience bar? Why is it full? Oh, it's missing sprite here. What's missing is the square, is it? Oh, there we go, now it's working again. Okay, so at least now we got the experience bar to work again. So our question now again becomes, why is the clock lancer not firing? That is the $1 million question. Just put a square here, right here. Let me just fix my experience bar first. Right? This should be a square. But then, if this is a square, right? There is a fill amount here that's supposed to be changing. There we go, now it's changing. Okay, so the experience bar is back and it's working again. So where will be the clock lancer not firing? Why is it not firing? It's the big question. So we've got to figure out why our weapon is not firing, and I can just remove the rest of these weapons so that we only get the clock lancer when we level up, and then we can probably test the reason why our weapons are not working. So you can't get a clock lancer as a default weapon because then you can't do any damage. Tragedy. What makes the lightning ring terrible, right? Is that you can't choose who you're shooting. I'm not getting the clock lancer. How can I be getting all passives? Like, my luck is so bad. Bro. Not even getting any weapon. It's terrible. There we go. So the question is why doesn't it want to fire? Cooldown goes to 0 and nothing happens. I found the reason why. It's because the weapon doesn't do any damage. Gosh. So we've because okay, let me explain, alright? So the reason that the weapon is not firing is because the weapon doesn't do any damage, and I've made it so that if the weapon can't do any damage, then it doesn't fire. The reason for that is so that this gives us a way to disable the attacking on the player. So what we can do is, to fix this, we can just increase the damage of the clock lancet by a little bit. So we can just let it deal like say 0.0001 damage, and this will allow it to work. So let's go to weapons and let's go to clock lancet, and under damage here, right, instead of putting this as 0, or maybe we should change the stat a little bit so that it becomes a little easier to use, then we won't get this issue. Get damage is 0. Just have a look at this. Okay, let's add an additional check over here just to prevent this from messing with us. Instead of checking that the damage is 0, maybe we should just check whether the owner stats. That's the actual stats, right? Let me just double check. Owner stats might, if it's 0, then we don't attack. I think that makes more sense. Good. So let's change this to owner. Able attack. So this is meant to make it so that it's possible for us to freeze, to implement stats like freeze. It's because we are checking whether the player can deal damage, and if they cannot deal damage, then we just don't allow the weapon to fire. And if I'm not wrong, in enemy stats as well, when the damage is dealt, we only allow this to happen if the damage is more than 0, right? Which makes sense. So let's check to see whether, let's check and ascertain that enemies that are frozen cannot deal damage. I think that's important. Okay, let's let's check out the clock lancet. I think it should work pretty well. There we go. So it should fire now. Look at that. It looks pretty good. The problem is that the projectile is not I'm really happy right now that it's working. I was angry just now because it wasn't working, and now it's working. I'm happy. I'm a very simple person, right? And I'm happy partially because it looks cool, you know? It looks pretty nice. So let's look at how it works, man. It's shooting around, looking nice. So right now it goes in the direction that I'm pointing it towards, right? And it doesn't do anything. The reason it doesn't do anything is because the projectile, right, it's moving very fast, so it's just missing all the targets, and we have to change the rigid body to make it so that collision detection is continuous. So it has auto aim. Auto aim should make it auto aim, no? It's not auto aiming at all. And this should be dynamic is fine, but kinematic is better, right? Kinematic, continuous. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, just give me a moment, yeah. I'll look at a message in a while. Let me just test out the clock lancet. I'm really excited at how it looks, but I want to make it work. Let me just get the weapon. The bats are stuck on the flowers. Do we have no more enemies? Was there a bug? The enemy spawn. Wait, there is a bug, the enemy spawner, is it? It's not spawning anything else. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Take small victory. Yeah. Sometimes things just don't go well enough. Today I guess it's one of those days. Like the enemy spawning system is glitching out a little bit. Not fun. But you know, hey, that's coding, right? It's just how things work. Okay, we've got a clock lantern now. Let's check it out. Now it's firing 3 of them because we have duplicators. Ah, it works now. Look at that. Oh, I like it, man. I like it. So it's freezing enemies when it comes in contact with them. But sometimes it misses them. Is there a reason why it misses sometimes? I'm trying to figure it out. Why does it miss? Another thing I want to test is whether when enemies are frozen, can they damage me? And they can still damage me, look at that. So it's not a good thing. I also want to see why the skeleton wave is not spawning. We are at wave 0 and the current wave is 97 seconds now. How long is this wave supposed to last? 60 seconds. So my wave isn't advancing. And that's because I gotta kill everything in the wave. Is that why? My wave is not advancing, which is hard to see because the game spawns mobs as well, and the mobs will spawn forever. But my wave isn't advancing. Okay, I like how the clock lantern looks, that's plus. We have to figure out this wave thing though. It's not moving to the skeleton wave, which is a problem. Because the condition is wave duration, right? So this should be exiting. Shouldn't be waiting for us to do whatever. Have to make sure there are no more enemies first. Okay, this must kill all is bugged because with the mobs being around, there will be no way for us to. Let me just note this down. This is must kill all. We have to make sure there are no more enemies first. Okay, we have a couple of problems with the enemy spawning system. One of it is let me just write this down here. The enemy host is part 21, right? Upgrading the enemy spawn system. So we cannot do this. We have to find another way to track how many enemies are there. Have to make sure there are no more enemies first. We have to fix the... We have to change the logic here. We want to keep the muscular law here. We have to track all the enemies that are being spawned by the spawn manager. Well, it's unfortunate, but let me just very quickly modify the code here and explain what's going on. So we have to track the how many enemies current wave has spawned. Wave spawn. So we have to create a list to track all the enemies that are currently existing. Well, system predictions. So here, instead of using enemy stats, I'm going to use game object. And the reason for that is because the wave data takes game objects. So we have to, if we keep it as game objects, this makes the system more flexible. Because over here, these are game objects. So it keeps the system more flexible because it can allow us to, in the future, add game objects that are not enemies into the enemy spawner as well. That can totally work. So here, let's just call them existing spawn. So here we have to track how many enemies are on the map. And we do that by tracking every one of them whenever they spawn. So whenever they spawn, we will just add the spawns to the existing spawns list. And so when we want to advance the wave, has wave ended. Under has wave ended, there is a check for enemy stats count, right? So if kill all is checked, we have to make sure there are no more enemies first. So every time we check whether the wave has ended, we will also have to check how many enemies are on the scene. So this means we have to check if existing spawns count is less than or equals to 0. But before we check this, we have to also remove all of the items in the list that are null. So that means that we have to do existing spawns, remove all, where the item is now. Let me just check whether this logic is correct. I haven't used these structures before. Okay, that's great. So this should work now. So we have an array of existing spawns that tracks every enemy that the spawner has spawned. And we can look at this in action, right? Going here and just looking at the existing spawn. So we've killed a bunch of bats and that's why they're missing. And every time the spawn timer goes away, it will refresh and remove all of these objects that are missing. And see, it updates the list. Not sure if it's doing a good job though. Which wave are we on now? We're on second wave now, right? Fantastic. So the second wave, does it have bats? Why are there still bats around? Can't believe the Clock Lancer is just straight up missing certain things. Did I just die? Time limit is 600. Yeah, there's always something, you know, it's just part of making a game. Takes a while for the system to become stable, but once it becomes stable, then making new content is easy. But until then, you know, it's gonna take a little bit of frustration for us to get through. Now we have the zombies spawning in a line. It's always something, you're right. You just try and hit them with the X. The X is missing them entirely. And we have to fix the spawn system as well. Tile system, I mean. Hey, there we go. I'm interested in fixing the enemy spawner at the moment. Making sure that it has a minimal amount of bugs. So right now the objects are not removing themselves properly, I think. And I've got to figure out why the game ends after 1 minute and 50 something seconds. So it removes all of them. And the skeletons are spawning. So it's moved on. I think there are still some issues with the enemy spawning system that I'm not finding. So it's the current wave index is now, it's the wave number, it's the second wave, what it means. And this wave, how does this wave end? This wave ends only when the wave duration is over. The wave duration is 60 seconds. So after all the waves end, then the game ends. But we still have zombies, so the wave isn't supposed to be ending. Which means there is a problem with the new code as well. Gotta find what the problem is. Okay, let's work that out. After removing everything, let's just break up. Okay, now oh, okay, so this doesn't update. Really? Doesn't update every time. Which means we have to move this here. Here. Oh, I forgot to check the enemy spawner, see whether it's updating. So now it seems to be updating. It's fine. And the question becomes, the list has to empty out before the wave moves forward, right? So we have to check that wave. Duration is 60 seconds. It's pretty cool how the knife is freezing stuff. So we've moved on to the next wave, but then there are still bats around. Which means, why is it existing spawns? Must kill all and this should be greater than 0. My bad, this logic here is wrong. So we can actually just we have to remove things every frame. Can just put it here. What to do that? Wow, look at that. So for the wave to advance, I first have to kill all the bats. I think we are making progress now. Let me just kill all of these bats. It's a little difficult to do that. Huh? Why is the game ended? Game over. Why is the game over so premature? They just died. They didn't die, right? All waves have been spawned, shutting down. I think I just died. Oh yeah, I just died, no wonder. My health went 0. That's why when game over. So my health is not updating, is it? So my health still shows still shows as full. Yeah, so I broke the health bar. Gosh. Didn't notice that. Broke the health bar. Update health bar is not update health bar. Is it because there isn't a health bar? Health bar is right here. Oh, because I deleted a white square after the stream. Oh, we don't need to put a white square here. It just works fine. Isn't it? This doesn't work fine because okay, we need a white square. We need a white square. There. There we go. Now this works. Okay, we're back. So what happened was I deleted an asset in the art folder after stream last week, and this caused a whole bunch of issues that shouldn't have been happening with the experience bar and the health bar. It's a little bit silly, but you know, it happens. So just play the game for a while and let's see if the wave system should properly advance things when everything is dead. So now what's going on is that we have to kill all the remaining bats before the waves advance. Okay, we have 6 more bats to kill. We have 3 more bats to kill. I think we can just despawn them by walking them out of the map. Oh no, they will spawn back in, right? Can't do that. Let me just kill them then. These 3, this guy, and this guy. I need a lightning ring to zap them and kill them before I die myself. And the frequency of the mobs is making it impossible actually. Let me just add all the weapons back. Oh, you know what? Let's just reduce the frequency of the mobs. We can make use of this. But, increases the area of effect of attacks by 10. I realized one more thing, and that is the candelabra doesn't update the characters area of effect. Are the stats updating? Why are the stats not updating now? Everything is breaking in this system. I have an armor as well, and armor is not increasing. So our stat system broke as well. Gosh. Duration is not increasing as well. Everything is going. Let me just write all of these down so that I can test everything out. Project files for part 22 as well. So we've had the experience bar not working. We've had the health bar not working. We've had the... So now the stats are not working. Stats are not increasing. And these are all things that have to be addressed. Yeah, it was going so well. Now it's... I think it's just because I deleted the white square and a lot of the problems are related to that. So after the stream last week, I deleted one asset because I thought it wasn't doing anything, but it turned out it was doing something. So I was asking for it. Oh wait. The reason it's not updating is because the actual stats. I wasn't looking at the actual stats. What am I doing? Oh yeah, the actual stats not increasing as well. So there we have it. I'm pretty sure this is just because the player stats, we have recalculate stats. And if I were to remove this section here, I think this should get the... If I remove this section over here, this should get everything working again. Let's keep our fingers crossed. It's a good thing that I'm doing all this testing, right? Just to ensure that everything works as intended. Otherwise, I'll release the part and then we have a bunch of bugs. That is not fun, you know? You have something out there and then it break. So armor is increasing now, that's great. 0 to 1. And if I increase the attractor, this increases the magnet, that's great as well. So then once I add this section over here, it seems like this breaks everything. This breaks all the stats. We have the cult lancet. Let's just do the candelabra. Oh wait, area increases. So it's back to working again. Oh yeah, it's working. I think I was just looking at the wrong place just now. That was why I thought the stats were not working properly. The thing though is that the garlic area doesn't increase, and that's probably because we were missing out something. Cool. But let's just see if things advance properly, huh? The enemy spawning system. Then I can write a short post on that, update the blog, and make sure that it works. Duplicator. So the next wave has begun. Oh, we have skeletons. It's because all the bats are killed. Look at the skeleton is pushing the zombie. It's blocking the zombie from moving away. It's so hilarious. Block answered. Look at the number of zombies. I think everything is working great now. It's working great now. We just have a bug with the aura not updating. The aura size doesn't update. I'm gonna die. Just write that down. Find a respite from these zombies and write it down. But just die, you know. I think I'm pretty happy with the results now. Hi Chrome. I'm really happy as well. I'm looking forward to making better effect for the clock rancid. Because right now it looks a little janky still, and I think I can make it better, much better. And then we can release a video that says how to do clock rancid better than Vampire Survivors. Because the game is just a white line, you know, so can definitely do better. Let me just play around with that. I was planning to write the article today, but I spent quite some time bug fixing. My life is just bug fixing, you know. Yesterday I was in class and my students were asking me, every time I go to class, it's just 3 to 4 hours of just bug fixing, man. And then today I'm bug fixing again my own stuff. So bug fixing is just 90% suffering and 10% joy when you figure out what the bug is. Okay, so the Lancet effect, right? The first thing we can play around with is we can reduce the timing for the trail and slow the weapon down. What is an SDET? Let me Google that. What is an SDET? No idea what it is. Software development engineer. Ah. Well, at least it pays well, right? Like our jobs pay well. Well enough. I wouldn't say well. Because if you have to think about buying something still, then, you know, like by definition, you're still broke. At least that's how I see things. But we are, at least we don't have to think. As you know, like inflation is crazy, right? But I'm still living pretty okay. It's not like I'm starving or anything. I think that's a blessing. The real blessing would be to buy anything and not look at the price tag. That's a pretty rare thing. In test, what is a software development engineer in test? So you do both development and testing? I gotta say I hate testing. Testing is tough. It's it's quite boring also, you know. I was just, you know, testing all the bugs over here, and it's like, where do I? It's just, how do I put it? So I studied games development when I was a student, and for like 2 years I hated coding, and the reason I hated coding was because when you code you cannot listen to music, you cannot like jive to a song. But then when you're creating art, when you're modeling a 3D character, you can listen to music because you can switch off the logical part of your brain, and programming, I think, is pretty logic intensive, right? So you can't really shut off part of your brain and just go with the flow as you would be able to if you were to say do art. Hi Danielle, so you just stumbled upon my channel and you're learning Unity. Good tips would be to follow our Vampire Survivors tutorials. So that can give you an idea of how coding works. So the first few videos, the first 12 videos, they work with more fundamental aspects of Unity. So then the first 12 videos are more focused on getting you used to Unity. So then the codes that we are working with, right, the complexity of the codes that we are working with are less. But then as after part 12, that's when I take over the series, we've had a slight change in direction where instead of creating content that is easily digestible, we move on to creating systems. So the codes are a little bit harder and you will have to do a little bit more self-research, because you're given the codes, but you have to read the codes and you have to run through the commands yourself and understand what's going on. Because once you do programming beyond a certain level, right, it becomes difficult to explain certain things because these things are tacit. So the first 12 lessons provide you with a base. It helps you understand Unity, how it works, and etc. Then after that, the real skill in coding is to know how to create systems that you can reuse. So if you look at why games like to release DLCs, it's because the hardest part of making a game is, thanks for subscribing, it's because the hardest part of making a game is when you are, yeah, I was waiting for the music to come out. It's the subscription music. So the hardest part of making a game is creating the base systems. So like one of my colleagues, for example, he works at Paradox Interactive, and they make games like Magica and City Skylines, and he says that for some of their games, they're just raking expansion money for like 10 years. So what they did was they spent like 1 or 2 years in development, right? And then after that, all the systems are done. So then when you create new content, you hardly have to touch the code. So that what this means is that releasing expansions is cheap if you build the right systems for your game. And after part 12, that is what I'm shifting the focus towards, how to create systems. Because I think that the art of creating systems, right, you can't find tutorials on it. I didn't learn it in school. I learned it from reading source code that people have written. So my biggest learning was working with Unreal Engine 3. Because at the time, Unreal Engine, game engines in like 10 years ago, it was real different. Maybe not 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it was quite different. There was very little documentation and all the game engines were quite primitive. So then for you to have to work with them, especially with Unreal Engine, you had to read the source code. And from reading the source code, I understood how to design systems like so much, because their code is well written. It's a little messy and you have funny comments inside sometimes, but it's well written, and that's where you learn the most. So I'm trying to bring this systems development paradigm of coding across, because when I teach in university, I teach part-time, so I receive the syllabus and then I just teach the syllabus. I realized that there isn't a lot of content that teaches people how to build systems, and people who learn how to build systems usually do so by reading source code, which I think is really hard way to learn coding. This is why I created this. This is why I'm creating this series. That's why GTA 5 online is important. Yeah. So if you are able to create systems, great systems, it's really fun. Another set of tools I worked with a lot was Warcraft 3. I used to mod for Dota. When I say mod, I mean I used to play Dota a lot, so I used to create special effects for them. I used to suggest skills, though most of my suggestions didn't go in for the skills. I only got one skill in, and I kept using the hero after that. So then when I used Warcraft 3's engine a lot, and I thought that it was well designed as well. But you know, any game that can have expansions and can last that long, right? Well, they have to have have some kind of system that they can rely on to constantly use to churn out new content. And Magica is great, yeah. Magica is really fun, right? It's brilliant as well. The games are all brilliant. And they just released Skylines, City Skylines too. And I'll check it out when PSN gives it out for free. Sorry. No time to play games, you know? Like, I have a whole library of games that are on Steam that I haven't played, and after a certain point I was just like, I'm not gonna buy any more games, because I'm not gonna play them anyway. I'll just buy a PSN subscription and then let them decide for me which developers to pay. Okay, let's go back to creating the trails here. So we have this clock lancet thing, and what I'm gonna do is just to play around with the values over here and reduce the projectile speed. Yeah, that was what I was planning to do. How many games have you all on Steam that you haven't played? Just wondering. Because everyone I speak to has like a huge library of games on Steam. Like whenever there is a sale, they'll buy a whole bunch and never play. I used to be like that also, you know. Then after that, I was just can't believe myself, you know, the number of games that I bought that I haven't played. I used to just want to support the creators, but you know, that was also back when I was more free to. I was a student, I was free, and I could spend my time like just looking through these games. At least like give them like half an hour or something, you know, like sport. Everyone has this problem, right? The sale is a trick. The winter sale is a trick. It's a very insidious trick to make us buy things that we'll never play. It's not a bad thing though. It keeps the industry going. I'm gonna reduce the speed of the lancet, and then we'll see how this looks. So when the projectile goes too fast, the problem becomes that it just tunnels through certain things. But now it's too slow. 75 is a little slow. Let's make it a little bit faster. Let's make it, say, 75. I want the trail to like slowly, you know, as it goes further away, the trail just thins out. I don't want it to just disappear like that. Not sure if that can be done with the trail renderer. Okay, this looks nice. So what I'm talking about is if you look at trail here, right? Let's wait for a trail to come out. So the trail comes out, and then time passes, and it just goes away. And this doesn't look very good, you see. So that's what I want to fix. And I'm looking into how I can adjust the trail renderer to fix that. Ah, you want to make a bullet hell game now. So we have, this series is everything except for bullets. So some of the enemies do spawn bullets, so it's something that we can look into. My current plan now is after the buff debuff system is done, I'll touch up the map generation system, and then we have a system over here. We just don't have bullets. It's the one thing we're missing. So for the bullets, you probably will have to modify the enemy stat script or the enemy movement script, and then you just have them spawn a bullet every few seconds. Bullet hells are fun. Okay, let's look into how to rectify the beam. Right here. What if I reduce the time here to 0.1? Does it make a difference? The tail will be shorter, right, if I reduce the time? Spellbinder. The enemy is frozen and he's getting pushed along by his pals. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Let's restart this because I want to get the clock lancer to test it out. There we go. So with a shorter tail, we can see the... It actually looks more interesting, huh? Now it looks like a laser. What if I make the tail a little longer, like 0.3? Does that work? A longer tail doesn't have the same effect. It doesn't look the same. I think this works if make it 0.25. This works if I increase the duration of the projectile. So if I make it last longer, if it exists longer, then the tail will be there for a longer period of time, and we have the time for the particle to go away, right? So if the lifespan, if I increase it to 1, for example, you will see the thing travel away, like there will be the luxury of time for it to go away. So then it wouldn't look so abrupt, where it just disappears. I shouldn't have gotten the bracer because this makes the projectile fly away even faster. And another thing I want to do as well is to add multiple layers to the projectile. It's good to hear your project is going on in Godot. How is Godot? Is it? It's fast, right? That's what I hear. Let me just make some modifications to the prefab. So clock Lancet. So I'm gonna change this to use the additive particle instead, and see how this looks. It doesn't look as good, unfortunately. And texture mode is stretch. I'm gonna create one more new material here because I don't think our materials here suffice. I will create a new material called additive line. So we have the additive particle here, right? And subtractive. Gonna create one more new one. It's for particles as well, and they will be called additive line. Now, where is it? New material. Let's go to particles. Oh wait. Actually, I can just do this, right? I can just change this texture to a square, and this works. Or like default line as well. I can just use. Let me see if this works, huh? Default particle. And if I add it to the line over here, the first time making the game is the hardest because building a game is like piloting a rocket ship, right? There are so many things that you have to learn about, and some concepts are pretty difficult to come by. It's pretty hard to learn about. So it's pretty hard to learn about certain concepts, I feel. But the hardest thing probably it's the coding, right? Like how do you build systems, and how do you organize your classes in such a way that they are reusable and your project becomes scalable. I think that's pretty hard to learn. It's very tacit as well. So what's in my mind right now is thinking about what can I use the default square actually. Let's just use the square, and that wouldn't affect any of my particles. So let me just check through and see whether my other particles are affected. None of them should be affected by this. So the garlic aura should still be working fine. Oh my bad, this is the sprite. Let's look at the prefabs. Oh, this has become white now. Block with VFX blue. Okay, I shouldn't change those things then. Let's change this back to default. Particle. Default. Let me just create a new particle effect. I mean new material. Let's create a new material. This will be additive line. Additive line. Standard lit. Additive. Additive. And here I will just put a square. And I'll replace the prefab projectile. So we have currently it's just the default blue, right? But if I were to use the additive line material instead of the default one, the default material, this will make the line brighter. Look at that. So a brighter line is always a good thing. Then it becomes a issue of reducing the alpha color. Wow, this is really bright. Two-sided. Check soft particles. Does this help? Or maybe I should change the rendering mode here so that it's not additive. Instead it's transparent. Might be better. No, it's not better. It's definitely not better. How about additive and color? Let's try this. Ah, this is much better. So let's go with additive and color then. Scriptable objects are resources in Godot. It's very interesting that you're using both my tutorial and outside tutorials. I never thought that it could be done this way, but there are many ways to learn games. And one place that you shouldn't go to learn how to make games is school, because it's well, school can help you, but it's more because you have to work on a project. That's how you learn in schools. But the syllabuses in schools, they have room for improvement, let's just say that. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make it look better by adding a couple more trail renderers actually. I'm gonna just duplicate this guy. I can't duplicate this guy, unfortunately. Let me try and add one more trail renderer. I can't add trail renderer. Can't be added because it already contains the same components. What I'm gonna do then is duplicate this beam and just make this baby beam. What I want to have is 2 layers of beams, and I can remove the rigid body and everything else for the baby beam. And just leave the trail but with a half width and the same statistics. Then when I move, now I have 2 layers. See that? So you can add as many layers as you want, and I think that adds some graphical complexity to the object. Why can't I unpack the prefab here, and then I can add this into the prefab. So then we have 2 layers of the beam, and I think that simple way of making things look better, and now we can test it out. Oh, hey, look at that. Look at this. It's like a comment, right? So we can... It's addictive, man. So now we have something going on here with the clock lancet. And what I want is to add more layers of effects to it. So I am going to just add a small particle effect to it as well. That looks like this. So let's open the prefab and add one small particle effect here. The shape is going to be a sphere. And it's the particles I want it to be really small. With very short lifetime. Say 0.3, 0.5. Real small radius as well. And they are going to just disappear like this. Some noise would be good. And what I really want, right, is for rate over time and rate over distance as well. So then when I move around, you see a lot of particles will appear. Then when I don't, then it's just there's a default set of particles, right? Actually, I can set rate over time to 0 and just have rate over distance do its job, right? Look at that. And if I were to change the simulation space to world, then it just leaves a trail like that, which is fantastic. So that's what I'm gonna go with, and we'll see how this looks for us. Let's change the color to something we like. Just look at that. And we can reduce the lifetime more as well. And we have this stuff going on here, you know. Okay, like it. And we are gonna add some add the additive particle as well here, and let's see how this looks like. I think it's gonna look great. Let's get it clock lancet. Now I can't get a clock lancet to work. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Are there any particles? No particles up here. Missing something. We have the particle system here, but it's being covered up. We can... Yeah, that's no problem. We can just change the foreground. Okay, I forgot to change the layer to foreground. It's something once I do that, you should see the... So this is the magic trail. Let's call them sparks. And additive particle and sorting layer foreground. Now the weapon is not spawning. Just give me some time to get the weapon. Now it just refuses to spawn. There we go. Now we have it. I'm trying to pause at the exact time that it spawns, just to catch the projectile. Let me get it. Let me try and get a better shot. Is there any way to make this better? This effect here. What if I make the sparks bigger? Wouldn't that make it nicer? Let me just jump in here and try doing that. What if I make the size 0.5 and 1? Okay, let me try it. Let me try that. Let's change the prefab to a larger size. Maybe just 0.3 to 0.6 suffice. Look at that, now it's a lot more obvious. I really like how it looks. So I'm screenshotting this so that I can have a cover image, you know. I can use it for something. Like I'm gonna make a video about this, and I can use this screenshot as a cover image for it. Right now I'm just thinking about what I can do to make the line look better. What if I change the material here? Does it change anything? Not really. This case, not really. This is the line. Baby beam. Can I use additive particle? No. Can't. How about if solid state? Thanks, Chrome. Motion vectors. Can't do anything there. What if I increase the time to 0.5 and 0.5? Let's try this 0.5 for time. Makes the beam longer. I'm gonna screenshot this. Let's put it somewhere first. I think we've got our clock lancet. It's working. I'm very happy about that. And we have like the blue buff. Why is this bed frozen? It's bad it's so far away from the spell, it's still frozen. Let me just make a recording of this as well, and then I don't have to do that later on. Screen to GIF. There we go. I think we're ready to write the article. Happy with how the Lancer looks like. If you have any ideas for what weapons we should create using the new buff and debuff system, feel free to let me know in the forums or in the chat as well. I'm gonna get myself a cup of tea. I'll be right back very quickly. just got an idea I wanted to try for the clock lancet projectile. Let me just show you what my thoughts are. I'm gonna fire up Photoshop. And just gonna be a very simple image. Gonna just create a, maybe 128 would be enough by 128. And this is just a gradient. So I have black one end and I have white on the other. And my gradient is going to be using the gradient tool. And here you can select how your gradient looks. So I can just go to blending options here and do a gradient overlay. And I can choose the different shapes that my gradient will take. I want a black to white to black. So this can be done by using reflector. There we go. So this looks like a beam, right? And I think this can work. Maybe I'll just try that. Let me just try that. Oh, my tea is not sweet at all. Could have added more sugar. Anyway. I'm gonna change this to PNG. So actually what I can do, since this is a PNG, right? I can just turn this into an image. Paste this into a layer mask. So I shall remove this gradient overlay over here and just do a layer mask. So what I want to do is grab this black and white image and paste this into a layer mask, and this will get me an image that looks like this. So it looks like a beam, right? And then we can use this beam as the texture for the clock lancet instead. And then the beam will look like, because what I don't like now is that the beam has an edge. See that? It's a very clear line and makes it look a little amateurish and very inorganic. I'll be right back. I'm gonna add more sugar to my tea. I'm a sugar person. Hi Cam. Give me 2 minutes, right? My tea is just not sweet at all. I've gotta fix that. So here in Singapore, we have this campaign by the government to eat healthier. So then that means less sugar, less oil, less salt. Whenever I order food, I'm ordering the opposite of that. So when I order tea, for example, right? Usually the typical Singaporean orders tea with less sugar or less milk, because our milk is condensed milk, so it's sweetened. And then I ordered, I'm getting the opposite. I'm like, tea with more sugar, more milk, please. And then my noodles will all be extra spicy, extra salty. So I'm gonna live free and die hard. So I'm gonna try this new texture over here. This very beamy looking texture, and then we'll see where it takes us. I think that will be a much better effect. I'm not sure if it should face the right or it should face upwards. I'm just gonna export this image first, and we'll see how this turns out. I'm just gonna call this B and import this into the art folder. Assets, import new asset. Beam. And then, oh, this beam already looks nice. I have to make sure there's transparency in there. Yeah, so I'm making the clock lancet, and that's because we have a new buff and debuff system. So we can freeze enemies now, we can debuff enemies in various different ways. So then the clock lancet is meant to showcase the freeze debuff. I've yet to test out the debuff system on the player as well. Maybe we should let enemies be able to apply debuffs on the player. And this tin factor is not necessary as well, you know. Okay, that's one. I'm just thinking of a few things that I can do, but my mind is a little disorganized now. Yes, you'll get part 23. I have the content. I'm just looking through because I'm testing out the code base to make sure that everything is bug free first before I roll it out. I don't want to have to roll it out and after that, you know, release a 23.5 to address bugs. So that's why I'm testing this couple of times, making sure that it works before I put it up. 24 will be spawn the map generation system. So 24 will be upgrading map generation system. So after the buff and debuff is done, right, you should be able to create all the weapons in the game. And then after the spawn thing is done, I probably will spend some time repackaging the whole series and creating a couple of videos to attract more new viewers. So right now, because the videos are done in such a way that you have to watch all the other videos, right? So that's gonna be a little tough for people who are just starting out. Hey, I'm Singaporean, you know. Our food here is famous. You can ask Cam. Cam is a chef, and if I remember you mentioning that you've come to Singapore before, right? And you've tried some of the food here. Food here is some of the best in the world. Weather, not so much. Weather is always hot. But the food is great. The seafood here is great. So it's hard. Like, I'm trying to go vegetarian. It's difficult because the seafood here is so great. So I'll cheat every now and then, you know, like a few times a year, just to have like crab or lobster. Then I'll go back to pretending to be a vegetarian. Where am I? So I'll try and get I have some time over the weekend, so I'll try and get the part 23 article out over the weekend. So if I say weekend, usually if you add 1 or 2 more days, you know, like you may get it Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. And then after that, Thursday or Friday next week, I'll just stream the recording for part 23 and then we can put the video together. You've never been here, but you've tried the food here before? Is it like, so they have Singaporean cuisine in New Zealand or in Australia, is it? I know when I was in Tasmania, there was like Chinese everywhere. And it's nice. It's nice to have Chinese. Like when it's the strange things when I travel, I'll crave for Chinese food. My next weapon should be extra spicy ramen noodles, and it can work like that. Purple. They have a lot of extra spicy ramen in Singapore actually. Like it's all in cup noodles, it's all instant noodles, and it's crazy. I think it's pretty global. It's a Korean brand. Like there's this very famous Korean instant noodles here in Singapore, and everyone's challenging everyone else to eat it because it's so spicy. It's they have black, they have pink, and they have a whole bunch of flavors. In Melbourne, there is every kind of food. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, after I'm getting older, so then I used to eat so much chili that one time. I was just eating the small chili, we call them chili patties, and then I think in America they call them red hot chili peppers. So I was eating them, and then I ate so much of that that when I stood up, I fainted because my stomach was just so messed up after eating those chilies like that. And after that, I just stopped eating so much spice because I didn't want to pass out in public from food. It's so embarrassing, you know. Imagine eating so much chili that you pass out. Okay, let's try out our beam thing, and we'll see whether that works. Let's grab the material. And let's put our beam texture inside. For this beam. And then we can just jump in and try it out. It doesn't look that much better actually. Disappointing. What if I max out the color? Does it look better with the color maxed out? I'm just gonna do a freeze frame. I'm gonna play the game and just freeze frame and look at how it looks like. See whether that works. Actually, it's not too bad, right? Gosh, not too bad. I'm trying to get a freeze frame, that's why I keep pausing. What do you think? I actually am growing to like it. Okay, thanks for joining, Cam. Have a good night. London's a tough place to be now, right? All the stabbings, and are the stabbings real? Like I'm sorry to change topic on you so quickly, but you know they have protests over there now, right? And then you have like there was stabbing recently. There were like there were two women that were stabbed, right, in Leicester Square. I've been to London last year and I loved it. Like it's the weather is great, man. Weather there is so good. I went during winter and I was wearing just a t-shirt, and then I walked out and I almost died. It was 1 degree outside, but I thought, you know, hey, it's just a short walk away from the airport to the taxi stand, right? It was the biggest mistake of my life. I like this one. I like this graphic over here. Let me just take a screenshot of this. I'm gonna call the material additive beam, so it's more descriptive. And then we can use this beam texture for other things as well in the future. Beam additive beam. And let me just catch this this weapon in action with a screen recorder as well. And I don't have to re-record it later for the article. Need to get the the Lancet weapon as upgrade, so I've got to restart until I get that. Oh yes, the Lancet is up. Let me just start recording on my screen here. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. It looks so much better when it's fast and it's just like a thin laser light thing, right? Oh, fantastic. This is very nice. Stay safe, Prom. I hope things get better in London. Thanks for joining the stream. Have a good time at work. I'm gonna start writing the article. I think the effect is coming along great. Let me just document the bug with the spawning system. That's part 21. When we also have an event manager on the spawn. Okay, so we have to make a few modifications to fix it. Actually, hi Anthony, it's nice to see you. Thanks for reporting the bug on the site. It's been fixed and I've given you a new badge. So what we've been doing was, let me just show you. So the buff and debuff system is done. So then what's been happening was, for most of the stream, it's bug fixing and creating a new effect. So we have, because now we have the buff and debuff system, we can create weapons that debuff enemies. So I've created the clock lantern. And if I must say so myself, it looks better than the, the one that the Vampire Survivors game has. It's bluer, it looks more powerful, and it looks more sophisticated as well. Very happy with the result. The first hour or so wasn't that good because there were a couple of bugs with the system that I had to fix. So I'm documenting one of the bugs now, the forum. Thank you for dropping into the stream. Really appreciate the support. So the rest of the stream is just going to be me touching on the article for part 23 as well as addressing some bugs in the forum. Description for the image. Oh, how do I make the fields red and green in the code fields? That's a great question. So you do that by, okay, this is a little tricky. Let me pull up an example from here. So if you want to mark something as, okay, I just found a mistake over here. Okay, if you want to mark a line of code as colored, then you will use the mark tag like this. So then the mark tag by default is yellow. So if you want to turn it green, then you can do mark class green. It's HTML. And if you want to cancel out text, you will use the delete tag like that. So then when you do this, this highlights the text green or red. So with the red, it automatically adds a slash strike through as well. So the tricky thing is that when you do this, right, you will have to, if you do this in your code, you will have to use a pre-tag. So by default, if you wanted to mark something as code, right, you would use the backtick. But then if you wanted to, if you wanna use the mark, you cannot use a backtick. You have to use a pre-tag like this. But then when you use a pre-tag, the tricky part is that the pre-tag will take all the left tags as HTML tags. So this means that if you use a pre-tag, you will also have to change. So like for example, in code here we have this left tag as well. You gotta change it to NLT and then colon, because otherwise this will be taken as a HTML tag. So then we have to add this and to all the left tags that we have, which is something that I missed out in my code over here in this post. So I'm gonna rectify this. I hope this makes sense. You can give it a try. Just make sure that you use a pre-tag. We'll write a post soon about this, about how to format your codes. You format your content in the forums. So the post probably will be under general discussions. So because the buttons that we have on the posting mechanism itself doesn't include everything. Yeah, some of it is pretty complex to work with. So I think a little bit of documentation is good. And let me just check and see whether my code reflects reflects everything properly now. So this should show up now. It's great. The summary shows up here as well. And where else do I have left tags? No problem, Anthony. Okay, I continue writing my post regarding the bug we found here with the spawn manager. Initially, our spawn manager script the problem lies with text for 3 things. Before maintain next with means is whether all the with all flag is checked. It is whether there that only advances next wave when that overall. See, we don't even have an underline over here. It's pretty sad, right? But it works if you put an underline like that. Only advances the next wave when there are no more enemies on the map. Whatever that means. That can be a condition that is impossible to achieve. So there are scripts that spawning in the minute as well. You want to propose your code for a rotating weapon and you want to format it as well. Oh, I haven't changed that. Let me have a look at the comment. I'll get to it later, yeah. Let me just finish the post on the blog. Thank you for pointing all these things out. So for the formatting issue, if when I look at your post, if there are some problems, if there are some formatting problems with it, I'll just jump in and help you to format it as well. So no worries on that. I appreciate it if you even just post. Because it's all just a few of us while making the tutorials, posting on the forums. That can be a condition that it's impossible to achieve. One minute. No problem, Anthony. However, it can be a condition that it's impossible to achieve if you also have other scripts that are spawning enemies as well, such as event management. Hence, I should just mark this part. This is the one that makes more sense. Hence, you'll need to change the way that spawn manager keeps track of the spawn enemies on the map. This is done by making a few changes to the spawn manager script. So the change is we add a new variable called existing spawns. And Then whenever an enemy is spawned, we will add it to the existing spawns track. Right here. And then the progression will just be us clearing all the null items and then replacing this section here. This used to be enemy stats.count. Cancel this and add it. Essentially, what is happening is that we're getting new private list. Listed spawns that is used to track enemies that have spawned by the spawn manager. Add every spawn enemy into the thing spawns array, and when the condition progress to the next wave is met, it checking against stats. Now we are checking against this way we exclude anything the enemies that on and one thing to note is that one thing to note is that I lost my train of thought. Is that in the updated way that function, we also have line that removes from spawns this line of code does is remove all. Okay. This happens when enemies hit us, it will not automatically remove spawns array after the field from English. Okay, good. Again, delete. Then okay. Oh, okay. So we have to remove them also. Otherwise, we found existing bonds. We will still the total. Just gonna create a screenshot for that. Good image automatically. You just add this into Imgur and then we can put this into post. Let me update the article as well with the content. This is part 23, right? It's the wrong post. Creating an infamous flower wall. Train out enemies. Fusion. Fixing. Date, even address, this section. Address. All. In this means. Why would this contain unexpected content? Hey, I'm thinking of adding a new script to the clock lancet as well, and the reason for that is because the lancet is supposed to not home in on enemies, but they are supposed to it's supposed to shoot projectiles in a circle. So it goes clockwise in 12 directions. So let's code that, and then I'll write the article over the weekend after the stream. Because writing articles is the boring part, right? I don't think you'd want to see me write articles. It's not as exciting as looking at me create stuff. So let's create a new script called the clock lancet. Oh, and then we have to test out player debuffs as well, right? Make sure that they work. Means we have to be able to add debuffs to the player from the enemies. There's quite a few things to test. The stats updated. No, it's not updated. It's updated. It's fine. Projectile is updated as well. Get damage updated as well. Beam. Let me have a look, huh? You know what? Let's test out the buffing and debuffing thing first. So we have to allow the enemy to be able to debuff our character as well. And we can do that by going to, let's look at the enemy prefabs. Oh, let's remove the tin factor, man. Doesn't do anything. Let's turn this into a constant. Where is the tin factor? Let's rename this to tin factor. And this will be a public constant. So if we turn this into a constant, that also means that we can do entity stats tin factor. Constant cannot be marked static. Oh, we've got a few replacements to make here. So this should be public constant float in factor Then we've got to find and replace all of these. Vector. Okay, next thing is to let's create the let's try adding debuffs. So we can add a on damage debuff, right? We can apply a debuff when the enemy damages the player. It'll just be a very simple modification. Enemy stats. So this buff info object can be used outside. So I'm thinking if I can move this outside, somewhere else. What if I create a buff info here? Does this work? This system is so like, oh. Oh no, this shouldn't be in buff data. This should be in buff. This should be in entity stats. Makes more sense for it to be there. Entity stats. Let's move the buff info into entity stats here. So we have buff. And then we should also put buff info inside. This buff info here will be changed to entity stats buff info like this. And then we can modify in the weapon itself all the buffs that the weapon applies, and this will be a global attribute that can be used anywhere. So I'm gonna make the changes over here as well. So this will become gone. Public entity stats, light buffs. These stats, buff info. No header over here. This will be entity stats, buff info B, should be entity stats dot buff info applied buffs. Stats buff info, and that's it. So our weapons should still remain the same. They should still remain the same because we still have buff info in the weapons themselves. And so like the garlic, for example, the buff info will still be there, right? Still the same, it's still there. The clock lancet will still have the freeze. The variance is still there as well. So is the knife. Well, the knife shouldn't have any buffs because I was just using them as a placeholder. Let me remove the freeze buff on the knife. Knife shouldn't give us anything. So we can now update the enemy stats script to add buffs and debuffs as well. Stats. So it's modified 4 times here. First time it's modified, it's to add the resistances operators. Second time it's modified is to add buff data. Third time is to check whether the damage shouldn't be damage anymore. Oh no, this is fine. Fourth time is to add the resistances. Looks like we have to add one more change to the enemy stats. Apply buffs to the player. I just want to see whether I'm able to apply the freeze buff to the player as well, because we have configurations for both sides. Which means we should be able to add the debuff to the player as well. Nothing goes wrong. So let's try that. Implementing enemy resistances. And 6. Applying buff. So if we want our enemies to apply buffs as well, we will have to add a public and just do buff info like that. Apply buffs. Or we can call them on damage buff. So this allows enemies that touch the player to apply buffs to the player character. And we can make, for example, let's try like buffs. Or we can just call them attack effects. Attack buff. This will be an array of effects that are added to the player. Apply buffs on damage. How does it sound? Apply buffs on attack. Okay. Let's just call it attack effects. I think that explains itself quite well. And it's buff info, right? So then we can add, say for the flower wall, we can make it freeze just to try this out. So let's add freeze, probability of 1. So then what happens then is that on damage we can just apply the buff. So we apply buff. Let's add an overloaded method. Public. It takes a buff info as well. Same thing. But this time this will just buff for data. So this will be the same thing, except that it just tests the probability of the buff applying. If what did we change here? Changed the entity stats. Removed buff info into entity stats. Well, if buffs buff info. And then if that's the case, we'll have two ways to apply buffs. One via buff data and one via buff. Line buff Okay, now we can test out the system and see whether enemies, when they damage the player, it applies the debuff. If it does, then I think we are home free. Done for the day after that. So little time, man. Time flies so quick. Buff info. Let me save the draft and okay, now where is the enemy stats script? And when we deal damage here, we want to try and apply the buff to the player as well. So the damage is dealt in on trigger enter 2D, right? On trigger state 2D, there we go. So when the damage is not 0 and deal damage, then we can also apply if attack effects for each buff info in attack effect deal apply buff. So we apply buff info variant wait a second. Buff info already contains the variant, right? Means we don't have to specify the variant as well. So we can just change the entity stats over here. This doesn't need the variant because it's in buff info already. So this will be info.variant, which I'll go and change the apply no variant. First it should be info.variant buff. Move this argument, and this should be variant. Variant. There we go. So under entity stats over here, sorry, enemy stats over here, apply buff B, and then duration multiply with DVM. And then for the weapon, right, apply buff, apply the variant. So this will be just buff. B apply. So the third one is just overriding the enemy stats. It's fine. Applying buffs with enemy attacks. Stats. Okay. Feel that. Okay, let's test out the buffs and then we'll call it a day for today's stream. The flower wall right now applies the freeze buff, so we can just play the game for a while. And we'll see how this works out. Let's wait for the flower wall to appear. No flower walls are spawning. Problem is that just have to wait for a while. Ah, there we go. The flower wall is not applying the debuff to the player. I'm just gonna drag a flower out onto the scene and you can test this out easily. The freeze buff is not being applied to the player. Or maybe it is and I'm just not able to see this. Let me do a debug and applied buffs. No applied buffs. Okay. See. No active buffs applied to the player. Is the buff actually applied? Okay. Maybe there's something here that I missed. High buff. What does the freeze buff do? Is it refreshes the duration only? So if it refreshes the duration, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it? It should go here, right? It's been flying buff. there is a maximum probability of this happening. Applying buff. Apply buff. Applying freeze buff. Okay. So that means that the probability is failing. Is that what it is? So this probability value has to be less than random not value. Ah, okay, my logic here is wrong. Random value. Ah, okay. Bad. My logic here is wrong. This should be random dot value is less than row dot. Silly me, that's why I wasn't applying. Random dot value. This is the other way around. Random dot value. Info probability. Okay, I think this should now work. I've been saying this for a while now. So hopefully this is the last time I'll say it for today. There we go, so now it works now. Fantastic. So obviously now when my player is frozen, the duration doesn't refresh. problem. So when you get frozen, it's easy to die. So the buff system works, and that is all I have today. Thanks for tuning in to the stream, and thanks for all the messages in the chat. I'll see you all next week.